showing that and that. You want me to go away from the bed? I'll go with her. I'll go with you, man. I mean, if I, go over there, but you're all gone.
Oh, they want to see me in front of the camera site.
I can move, right? Guys, I can move, right? Guys, I can move. Right? Move that shoulder.
Oh.
That.
I think I'm going to do just a recap of the whole shooting, possibly. I don't know. Is that what they want?
Is this shot okay?
Not yet. I'm not set up yet. Don't ask me yet. I'm trying to get a focus on her and your city. Is the shot okay?
They said it's good.
Oh, that's funny.
They lied. They're
They
like, yeah,
lied.
it's good. We like that shot.
They lied.
Like, it's kind of tight, but we like it.
Right? Okay. If you refer that show.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And are we doing sort of a recap of the whole thing, or still just focusing on what's here? Because I can do that too.
I got like some. Can you start here?
Yeah, we're live.
Can you start here? Can you start over here and then walk to it because your light's better. Oh, you're wonderful. Love you.
Thank you. That was really nice.
Good. They're not to us yet, right? They're not going to us yet? Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much.
That very unfortunately familiar feeling of ripping apart a community, and it's also
A bunch of cars here.
Isn't that no? It's not like.
Yeah, over here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. We didn't leave one.
Hey, how are you? Okay, sounds good. Say hi.
She's in Florence. She's where the cars were.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Got it. Got it.
All right. I'm going to text you this link. It looks like you can get some information from me. So, let me know.
Yes, that works for me. Thank you.
Try to do our quickly measures.
There you go. Where's your contact? You get that to me?
If you want me to toss to it, I can. It's up to you.
It's bouncing off. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, then I can just talk.
Yeah. So,
Wait, where was I?
yeah. That's funny. It's bouncing.
What is that?
It's that helicopter. It's bouncing off. I'm pretty
Oh, the
sure.
helicopter's taking out?
Okay.
It sounds like it's over there, but I guess.
You hear the motors. You hear the motors?
Thank you. Do you have, does anyone need to toss something they've identified or no? Thank you. Quick mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, check.
Yeah, at the top. How long have we been here? Hours? How long have we been here?
Thank you.
Yeah, we texted them at noon. Okay. So yeah, a couple hours.
Yeah. 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 Right.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, if you wanted sound, I could probably highlight something for you, but
On
for
across the
this
street or
hit,
where?
it's probably too soon. Let's just go with straight live.
Okay. Okay. And do you know what time?
The
Okay.
first position.
Do you know what time? The PIO? Okay. Thank you.
The first location we went to, as I saw Mike's there.
No, I think he said, yeah.
The very first.
Where we
that
parked?
one right there.
No,
When
not where we
came over
parked.
here.
Yeah, when we came
When we came over here, and then
Yeah.
she made
When you ask the guy,
Yeah. That's
where
right.
they have their little like truck thing,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
The little smoke room.
I want to go inside and see. I'm sure it's like survey. Really? Like the movies.
Probably a lot of
Kevin wants to ask them if they can confirm the driver of that van is dead.
I'm assuming,
Yeah.
but we haven't, yes, they haven't said. But the PIO is coming.
Theory, it's possible after the 5, but don't quote me on
Who said that?
that. My best friend.
Your best friend today. Yesterday was Taylor.
Taylor's gone now, so we're getting a new one.
Yeah, but they could show the tape is better for guys around it. And then this is just, but yeah, they could. Any closer?
Jim, a massive law enforcement operation. That's what we witnessed over the last couple of hours. Many agencies working together, doing everything they could to get inside of that white van. We watched as SWAT teams surrounded that white van and went inside of the van. But I want to start from the beginning. According to law enforcement sources that spoke to John Miller, we know that the white van was stopped by police at some point, and the officers tried to tell the driver of this white van to get out of the car. As this was happening, authorities say they likely heard what was a gunshot and believed that the suspect killed himself. That is what sources are telling CNN. And so what happened next is that authorities were trying to figure out how to get inside of that van. We saw the SWAT teams at the back of the white van, in the front of it, and then we saw a third SWAT team vehicle surrounding the car, sort of going round and around that white van. We saw the drones up in the air and the officers looking at that footage from the drones, trying to figure out exactly what they were going to do. Eventually, they were able to get inside of that van and look around. It is unclear if they were able to remove the body from the van, but it doesn't appear that that was the case, because what we saw was investigators later coming, taking pictures, walking around, trying to document everything that was in the van and around the van. That's what we're seeing right now. The SWAT teams, they are gone. What we're seeing now is the investigation part of it, the documenting part of all of this. There is still crime scene tape all over this area. The businesses are still closed. A lot of them were told to stay in place, to not come out. So of course, many of the employees, people that were here in the surrounding malls, were terrified because they were watching all of this unfold and they were hearing police officers telling them to get out of the way. There were helicopters in the air. We just saw one of the choppers from the sheriff's department taking off. So we're sort of seeing the scene essentially spreading and calming down, but there is still a lot to do here as they process the scene and try to figure out the next steps in terms of confirmation. We are waiting for the sheriff department to tell us who exactly was inside of that van and whether or not they are connected in the case in Monterey Park. We are expecting an update from authorities in about 30 minutes. That's what we heard from authorities. So we will be waiting to see if we finally get that confirmation from the sheriff's department about who was in the van and whether or not he was killed, although we do believe that is the case, Jim. Thank you. Oh, you want me to say? What did he say? Sorry.
Hey, do you need Camila to stay?
Sorry, can you say that
throughout
again?
this hour? Brendan, are you still
He said something to me and I was like, I thought he cleared me, but then I was like, wait, did he? Or did he tell me to stay? I can't.
I'm gonna get a shadow.
Oh, they're coming back for the
They're
things.
going back to you.
I know. I'm sorry I didn't inform you. And I was like, yeah.
Jim, as much as they were careful not to immediately confirm that that standoff was connected to this incident, they've also been very careful
Thank you.
about releasing any information about victims. And what we know from the earlier morning press conference is
Okay,
that
sounds good.
the 10
They said they'll
people
check in
who
with
were
us top of
pronounced
the hour,
dead
assuming
on the
nothing
scene
changes, but
were
we should
5
check
women
that out.
and 5 men. I asked about age
Should we
range, I
stay
asked
here or
about
go?
ethnicity,
Should we
and
go?
they wouldn't give more of that information because they said they were still in the process of identifying these people. They've also been cautious about sharing exactly which hospitals the injured people have gone to, citing an experience from the past where people who are trying to create trouble end up, calling the hospitals. They found it to be more safer to not let the public know exactly where those injured people are. So one thing I was able to clarify with them, I asked if there are any children among the victims, and they said no. So right now, then, at the scene, what we are seeing is a lot of local residents coming up close to try and get more information. There is a memorial that's set up at City Hall, just a few blocks away from us, so it's likely that people may be gathering there for more information as well.
Right, if you
But
get where-
because there has been this prolonged search for answers, we find that a lot of local residents were really hesitant and scared about continuing to go on with their Lunar New Year plans. As we've mentioned in the previous live shots, these streets were supposed to be closed, but for a festival that was supposed to have 100,000 people here today. And in fact, yesterday, there were that many people filling these streets. And some of the vendors told our colleagues that they were told to break down and get out of the area very quickly. Of course, the city canceling those celebrations. And some of the people who were at these press conferences today, local officials, Congressmember Judy Chu, the mayor, Henry Lowe, all of them were at this festival on these streets just a couple of hours before this happened. And so when you put things in geographical context, the area where the shooting happened is inside a business, inside a dance studio, where we've been told that from some people who have gone in there before in the past for dance lessons, this is a place where couples go for ballroom dance lessons, and this was supposed to be a very happy moment. And a lot of people very upset now, wondering what in the world the motive could have been, Chip.
So as far as sound, what are we going to do?
That's what I asked her. She was like, just had questions. Probably with the officer. I guess they're going to want it for my streets.
I forget I have them on.
They said they're going to roll them.
Yes. If I had one of those, I would. Yeah. Where? Yeah, yeah. You were there, right? Earlier this morning. Thanks again. Appreciate it. shot himself. Yeah. You know, I'm not totally sure about that. The detectives are in there now, just, doing stuff inside, but I'm not totally sure if it's about. Yeah. Well, the SWAT guys were here, just to make sure there wasn't a booby trap bomb. But I'm not sure about that. Mm-hmm. stay here for the next one?
I mean, I wanted to stay over there, but they wanted me over here.
Well, they let those photographers
I know,
go
I
over there.
saw that.
Other people they've yelled at, and now because there's so many people that left. We could try, but I bet we get yelled at.
Should we try? We have like 20 minutes. Do you want to try?
Yeah, if you want.
We should try it closer to, like there.
But they got, but
like they-
before this is as close as they're getting over there. But before somebody went in the street and they
We
yelled
might
at
be
them.
getting yelled at right now. How about, can we go out here? Is that better for you, Sig? If we're like out on the sidewalk? We're gonna get yelled at. I guess it's easier because they're still photographers, so they get yelled at and they
It's
shoot
always
and they,
easier for them.
And then they leave.
It's
And
always,
then they're still shooting.
it's always easier. Oh, I mean, I could go on the sidewalk over here if you
Alright, let
want.
me stuff with you. My notebook really bad day. I mean,
I
is
can.
it better? Do you get a better view? But honestly, I think being here is better because then you see the side of the van. If
Yeah.
you come here, you only see the back.
Right.
But I guess you see more of the stuff. But this place is weird. It's your last.
I just want the sun in your face. That's why I would
Oh, yeah,
rather.
'cause the guy took the.
I'd rather go over there. I mean, can we? Are they getting chased out? We don't. Bad boys,
But I bet you.
little sneaks.
Look, we're backwards.
Huh?
Say it's like a 5-minute walk.
What?
They're asking how far it is from here to the concert, but we're like, it's 5 minutes.
Might be flat for you guys, but I got over here.
Oh, it's close to something then.
But let's do it now. I got all the gear.
Did you get a good shot?
Oh yeah. Of course we did. Got yelled at too.
You guys get away with shit.
We're kids.
I went over there.
We're
and
young
they
and
yelled at me.
we're young and dumb. That's
As
why.
soon as I
started
got
walking
to the
like that.
street,
Let me
they
see,
yelled
let me
at me.
see what you got.
Because your camera's
He's got the best.
Yeah, you got.
Oh,
well,
thank
how much
you.
money you guys got? Huh? Let's start with that.
outside.
Yeah, it's just in the bag, and then right afterwards they came and covered us up.
Is he still in there?
Yes.
Yeah, you can
Well, show them the body there.
There's one from the other side. You can see.
Yeah, slumped over in the seat.
Okay.
Once again, how much money you got?
Yeah.
Yeah, which one are you good?
The scene journalist.
Who do you guys work for?
One guy in
Hey, Stag, they want us to move to the presser. Hey, we want to move to the presser.
Move to the presser. So,
What
thank
was
you
it?
for being so quick. Now, do I have to put a mic in the presser?
No, we have affiliate.
Okay. Can I go this way?
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah, I can help you. Hold on.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, what? Alberto's like, he's stuck
Did you tell him nobody else is over there?
Yeah, nobody's there.
Should I go back? Yeah, talking would be good. Talking would be good.
We were gonna move locations. Do you want us back at the location where we were before?
The van or the presser?
Okay, because we're trying to move to a presser. Wait, Alberto wants to move to a presser. I don't know. I'm trying to tell us what to do.
Okay, Alberto wants to live to the presser. Okay,
Can we do the live shot from the presser?
Yeah. It's like a 5-minute walk, so we should be done. What time are you? Okay, so we still have a little bit.
Well, they don't want the presser filming. They just want
No, they just
you
want
live
Camila, yeah.
with the presser behind you.
Or with anything.
Better light on your face.
Okay. Okay, got it. We're almost there, so we should be set up in like 5 minutes or so. But I'll call you, or you'll see our shot. What if I do right here? Yeah, I'll just stay on.
Right here.
They might yell at us here.
Wow.
They were like, not anymore. I don't think they're gonna yell at us.
You tell them.
Yeah.
Okay, you tell
On
them.
what side? So don't.
We gotta go.
Do they want me to
in
dial
the
in
li-
then?
We gotta go in the side. We gotta go in the side. Right here.
Which one is it? 9905?
Hey, Hyatt, what's the ISB number?
Not yet. Do you want me to? If you send it to me, I will. But like, if you actually send me a
She
photo.
can't hear you.
We're good.
What's
Thank you.
what's your ISB?
Stay where you are.
9908? 9905?
Hey, what's your ISB? Is it 9904? 9905.
Little closer.
Okay, she's
That
dialing
way.
it right now.
I mean, closer to the light. Sorry.
I do need
closer
a
to the
microphone.
presser.
I need a microphone.
Okay, copy that. They're going to a 4-minute break and then we'll go. Okay.
I got time to get lunch.
Yes. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What are they telling you? What are they telling you?
What were they telling you? I don't know because I don't hear what you.
No, but what were they telling
What are
you?
they telling you?
Oh, that they're gonna come see after this break.
Okay. And have they said like just an update on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like they're gonna do this presser now, like an update. We're gonna hear an update from
You
LAFC.
keep moving to your left. Stop. I'm moving, and then you keep a little to your right. A little to your right. A little to your right.
Yes. Yes.
No, don't move. I'm moving. You don't move.
They told us 20 minutes. How long ago? 10 minutes ago? About 10 minutes ago? They said 20 minutes, 10 minutes ago exactly.
Just do I have anything between the 5 and the 6?
Check my battery. Stand by. Nobody freak out.
She didn't sleep last night.
I didn't sleep at all last night.
I slept like 2 hours, so at least I did sleep a little tiny.
I didn't sleep because I didn't sleep a lot.
I didn't sleep.
They have this for free. Okay. 30 in the break.
If it stays over there like that, try to keep them like that.
Hey Jim, yeah, we're being told that in about 10 minutes we're expecting a press conference. Now, these press conferences don't always start on time, so we'll keep you posted on when authorities come up to the mic. But there are a lot of things that need to be confirmed here. We do not know from authorities whether or not the person inside of that van is connected to the shooting that happened last night. Now, we know that authorities believe that is the case, and we have heard from sources that that is the case, but we have not gotten that official confirmation from the sheriff's department. We're also waiting to hear what happened inside of that van. According to sources that have spoken to CNN, we believe that this person that was inside of the car shot and killed himself. We have not gotten that confirmed from authorities, so that is another thing that we're waiting to hear from police, whether or not the body is still in the car, whether or not that person is in fact dead, shot himself. All of those details we're waiting to hear from police. It's unclear if they will confirm all of this, but we will definitely ask the questions, Jim. Thank you. Yes. Okay. I'll keep you posted. So either top of the hour or after press.
judge of that.
Okay.
Good evening. I am Sergeant Ron Salary at Torrance Police Department, the Public Information Officer. I'm here to let you know at the request of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department that there's going to be a third press briefing. It's going to occur at 4:30 at Monterey Park City Hall. It's 320 West Newmark. They have requested that at this press briefing they will debrief the incident that occurred at Monterey Park and its relationship here at the city of Torrance. At this time, I'd like to introduce Janice Hahn, who had some words that she'd like to say.
Thank you. As he said, the press conference is at 4:30. It's going to be in Monterey Park. That's going to actually talk about the particulars of the case. But as the county supervisor that represents Torrance, my message today is just a huge thank you to the Torrance Police Department and the incredible cooperation between our Sheriff's Department and all law enforcement agencies in LA County. So the sharing of information is what led Torrance Police Department to be able to do just good police work by actually spotting this van on their streets. So my message today is that it's so important going forward that everyone talk to each other and share information, and this is how I believe this incident came to an ending here in Torrance. I don't think anybody that woke up today, myself included, thought it would end up here in Torrance, right across the street from a very familiar shopping center. But I, again, can't thank enough Chief of Torrance Police Department, Chief Hart, and all the officers on patrol who do their job every day, but because of the information they got from the LA County Sheriff, they were able to be on alert and were able to spot this van and bring this to an ending. Thank you.
Supervisor Hunt, did they talk to the guy? Did they talk to the guy?
So that's a part of this that we're not going to talk about. Let me bring up the mayor of Torrance, George Chen, who also wants to say a few words.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. You know, as we celebrate the Lunar New Year today, it's intended to be a joyous occasion. So I want to first of all give my condolences to the family who lost loved ones today, last night at Monterey Park, and the victims in Alhambra. Words cannot say how much we are grieving with the family members and that suffer through this tragic events. Now, moving on to the city of Torrance, you know, the response by the integrated law enforcement community is an example of what happened today. From Monterey Park to Alhambra and ending up in Torrance, it speaks of the technology we have with surveillance, with cameras, with radios, with training to have the instinct to know that there's something that is not right with a particular white van, something not right with license plates. And this shows the training that we need, and we need to continue to provide that type of support to our integrated law enforcement community so that we can prevent further damage and incidences like this. So at this point, I just want to send it back to the Torrance PD. I want to give a shout out to the entire police department, fire department. They're all here. This is a teamwork and an example of what we need continuously. We need to remain vigilant. We are asking all our community that, you know, if you see something that doesn't look right, please help us so that and inform our law enforcement that something doesn't look right. Please come and take a look. And this is the result of what happened today. It was a very quick reaction, and I'm very appreciative to our police department.
Was there a traffic stop first? Was there a traffic stop first?
Yes, I just want to restate again that at the request of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and their ongoing investigation, they've requested a third press briefing It's going to be at the Monterey Park City Hall, where they will discuss the incident that happened today earlier in Monterey Park and its relationship to the incident that happened right here in the city of Torrance. And that will be at 4:30, and you're requested to be at that briefing. We have nothing further at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Is the suspect in jail? Where is he? The suspect in jail? Is he in jail?
We're not going to take it.
What's the warrant? Why the warrant? Why is he here warrant?
What's the gallery?
Dude, don't even give me any lessons, okay? Dude, get out of my face. Get out of my face.
I mean, she kind of implicitly confirmed that the Monterey incident ended here. So I'm going to take that as confirmation.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys. I think that's it. You guys gonna go to the? Are you going to the?
I kind of Jesus, so I'll have to go to the outlet, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys. Yeah, me too. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Good luck with your housing.
You are. You don't come up to me and talk like that. That's you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, good luck with your beat. Yeah, exactly. Good luck. Bye.
Yep. Okay. Hey, Jason, did the second white van in Torrance? The second white van in Torrance, was that anything relevant to this story at all?
Is there a second white van or just the one we saw?
No, the second white van's been discussed over the last few hours. I'm just confused about whether it was relevant in the end to anything.
I think we don't know for sure yet, but did they say anything in that press conference?
I just dialed in halfway through.
I don't think we know that yet. Presumably, yes, right? That was his van. But I don't think we can go.
Right. I don't mean his van. I mean, there was a second one. There were two white vans. Yeah. They should be able to hear me, right? It doesn't matter that I put on this mic.
No, it's
Okay.
the same microphone.
Okay.
Plugged in.
So I think that you all of you have received this. I want to address also that there is a tactical incident that's occurring in the city of Torrance that is being covered. People have asked, is that your suspect? We don't
Jim,
know.
a lot of people
As
here
I said
are waiting
earlier
for answers,
today,
just like Camila was
we
saying,
had
in
a
Torrance,
vehicle
people are
that was
waiting for
described as a
4:30 when
white
perhaps the sheriff can tell us a little bit more.
box
That would
van,
be
I
their
guess you'd
third
say,
press
van
conference
of
from
interest.
that location today.
And there's
in the last
a van that
one,
looks
they
just
were
like what
able to
we
give a little
was
bit
described to
stronger
us in the
language
city of
connecting
Torrance.
this shooting
It's a
with what
barricaded
happened in
suspect
Alhambra last
situation.
night as well. Let me
We
walk
are
you through
working
some of that. The
with
timeline
one of our
started at
partner
10:22
agencies, the
p.m.
Torrance
local
Police
time.
Department, to
Down
resolve
the
that.
street here, you see that FBI mobile unit.
We believe
It's,
there is
at
a
the
person
end of
inside of
block
that
around the
vehicle.
corner is where the business was,
We
the
don't
Stan
know
Studio.
their
And police
condition,
were called to shots
but we're
fired.
going to
They
handle
got to
that
the scene.
in
They
the
saw people
safest
pouring
manner
out of the business into
that
the
we
parking
possibly
lot,
can
saw victims,
to try and
then they
identify
went
that person.
into the business and saw
Could it be our
gunshot victims
suspect?
there.
Possibly.
There were 10 people
But at this
pronounced
point,
dead on the scene there. When we
if
asked
we're doing
for
our jobs
details about
correctly,
the victims
we're
this
not only
morning, the
looking
sheriff
at
told
that
us
situation
5
or
men,
scenario,
5 women.
but
He
we're
would not
making sure that we're looking at any and every possibility. So I do encourage our community, if they have any leads, maybe they saw the picture of this individual, to come forward with any information that they believe may help us in this very critical and important investigation. That's going to be very important. I also want to talk about the victim survivor side of this. In response to our mass shooting this morning, a victim resource center has been set up at the Langley Senior Citizen Center located at 400 West Emerson Avenue. And I want to make sure that the appropriate victims, families, friends take advantage of that resource. There are many people behind me. Some of them will speak, representatives from different agencies, and there's so many parts to this, right? The response, the medical side of it. But as we're looking for this suspect, we will not forget the victims and survivors. And it's important because you can just imagine the trauma that they've experienced, and it's our responsibility to wrap our arms around them. So representatives from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the District Attorney's Office, and the District Attorney, George Gascon, is standing here with us. The Red Cross, the Department of Health Victim Services are at the center to assist the victims survivors, and their families. If anyone believes their relative may be a victim, please contact representatives at this Victims Resource Center that I'm talking about. And again, if you think that you have questions, you're upset, you haven't been able to locate a family member that you think's involved, please go out to this Victim Center and we will assist you. That's why we're there. At the center, we also have members from the Psychological Services Bureau, from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And as we go hour by hour, if we see any other needs, there are multiple agencies that have contacted us. Everybody wants to have difficult circumstances like this. So with that, I am going to turn it over to the next speaker. And I'll be here for questions at the end. Thank you.
Give credit to the first responders, as well as our sheriff team and the city of Monterey Park, the chief of police, the many deputies, and as well as the DA's office, Mr. Gascon, and also to our elected officials that are here with us this morning representing the city of Monterey Park. I am, as you know, very heartbroken to hear of the news of what occurred with the individuals that lost their lives. But I think now we have to look at the victims, the survivors, and as the sheriff said, this is what the county does best. Help provide assistance, mental health services, any kind of relief that is possibly and legally conceivable for us to provide. We are here to support all of the families in this community and help them in their healing. It's tragic what happened, but let's also think about the people who put their lives out there on stake every single day as well to protect us, our safety, well-being, and also our physicians, the ones that I can tell you of at LACUSC that are right now treating at least 4 of the other victims there. I also want to say that they have also devoted their service to help providing protections for all of our residents in our community. The county's Office of Emergency Management has also been providing support and leveraging mental health resources at this very traumatic time, along with the city of Monterey Park, which, as you know and you can see, are very united and very resilient. Again, a heartfelt note to the families who lost their loved ones and to those that are recovering at this time. And with the help of the public, we can help to identify the individual that was behind this incident. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This was supposed to be a moment, a time of celebration. We're celebrating Lunar New Year's, which is such an important component of many communities around LA. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to express my condolences not only to the victims' family, but the entire AIPI community. My office has multiple roles in this case. Number one, by state law, we ran a mass casualty response unit, and since very early this morning, we began to mobilize countywide resources in my office as well in order to provide services to the victim's family and to the community. And this is work that will not only, it began today, but quite frankly, will go on for months and possibly years. The impact of trauma from this event goes on for a very long time. I want to thank the Sheriff Department, Sheriff Luna, and the Monterey Park Police Department for the incredible work they have done. We've had also our own law enforcement component has been here since very early on, working first with the Monterey Police Department, and we will continue to do that with the sheriff and other partners. Clearly, depending on whether an individual is arrested, we will talk about prosecution at a later date, and that is appropriate. I also want to thank the U.S. Justice Department, our U.S. Attorney, who is here today with us. Again, this is a joint effort, and depending on what the conditions are, the Bureau of Investigation is also part of this work. But what I want to make sure that we get across to our entire community is that we are a united community. When one of us is attacked, we're all here together. And regardless of what the motive was for this horrendous impact, for this horrendous event, we will continue to work together. We're here with Monterey Park, with the San Gabriel Valley, with our entire community. And we're not only here today, we will be here every day until the work is done. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming out right now, and I want to speak to the Monterey Park community directly. Our police department, our city continues to provide protective services throughout this incident. We work with our partners both on a county, a state, and a federal level and try to resolve the situation as best we can and take our suspect into custody. The sheriff talked about the Langley Center. That's where our victim assistance has been set up. I asked that the partners in the press give those victims' families a little bit of space over there so that they can get information. You can imagine when they woke up this morning after the Lunar New Year festivals from yesterday, and they may not have found their loved one next to them in the bed or at home, and how that's affecting everybody in this community right now. I want to ensure everybody that as we get more information, we'll put it out as much as we can. And the Monterey Park Police Department is here as your partner in the community to keep it safe. Any information that people may have related to the incident, they can call the police station. We will try to get information out as soon as we get it. I have a lot of uniformed police officers that are out on the street. Every single one of them is committed to the community. And if someone in the community has a question, has a concern, is scared, that officer's out there to make sure that they're okay. And all they have to do is reach out and ask the question. I'm going to open it up to any questions. Thank you.
Sheriff, could I ask you to talk about, again, I know that you're limited in what you can say for a number of reasons. You talked about the situation in Torrance right now, and you said that you don't, if the suspect didn't arrest yourself rhetorically, you said it's possible. Is it also possible that a person who's in there, whether it's the suspect or not, is no longer alive? Is that a possibility?
Yes, it is a possibility.
Sheriff, are you aware of any one who's heard any gunshots that would make people think that was possible?
I don't have that information here in front of me, but that's also possible. Yes.
Sheriff, do you have a name because you released a picture, or are you withholding the name, and why is that?
We are withholding the name at this time. And as I stated earlier, it is a priority to apprehend this person. And we have a lot of resources throughout this entire region. And we believe if we're putting his name out, that will inhibit our ability to potentially arrest the suspect if he's out there, or maybe flee. So please be patient with us. You've been patient thus far. And this is why we're going to keep our word that we're going to continuously update you because the community, I understand, they're thirsty for information. And yes, we did put his picture out, and that's because from a public safety perspective, we want people to see who this is and then give us any information that they may have about his whereabouts so that we can safely take him into custody. No, we don't. And we have to keep all those options open. Was he by himself? Were there other suspects? Our detectives are looking at every angle. And that's the important thing that good investigators do, right? They keep every option on the table until we know for sure what the motive was, who else was involved. And other than getting this suspect into custody, and providing the best case to either the district attorney or the U.S. Attorney's Office, our job is to collect every shred of this awful puzzle that has been laid out by this suspect. So, work in progress.
Is one of those options?
We've been asked that, and we're looking at every angle. Whether it's domestic violence, the question was asked earlier about a hate crime. You have to leave the door open for any possibility until we understand who this suspect is, what his motives are, where he came from, what his intention was. At the end of the day, as a sheriff's department investigative unit, we are responsible for providing all the facts and evidence to our partners in the prosecutor's office so we can prosecute this individual to the full extent of the law. I don't have that information right now in front of me. We should be able to follow up with you on that as this incident goes on.
Sheriff, would you be able to confirm at this point that the suspect in the second location was in fact the same one who perpetrated this mass shooting at Monterey Park?
We believe it is. I'm not confirming it 100% because, again, we still have to put this whole thing together. But the picture or the image that we're showing you is from the second location. And we believe that they are both connected. But again, we leave every option on the table. We have to leave it open because we don't want to focus on one area while someone else is getting away. So you got to be open to all of it. Earlier today, in regards to the weapon, I could tell you that it's not a high-powered assault rifle, but I don't want to get into the specifics on the weapon. In time, we will. Everyone will get exactly what that is, but I don't want to say anything that will impact or create more challenges for us in trying to apprehend this person. I think. We don't know that yet. And for us, just like I'm saying that there may be one suspect, we think there's one, there may be more. We also have to assume there may be more than one weapon, right? We may have recovered one. When we find him, that doesn't mean he's not armed and dangerous.
Sheriff, finally, can you explain to us then, since the last briefing, what is new other than the photo?
Well, we have the photo that's new. There's the incident that's occurring in Torrance where obviously there's a lot of questions and concerns about that. That's the update that we have.
Nothing from that. You're not able to tell us anything from that. So I'm just asking if there's anything definitive that you can tell us.
I'm giving you definitive information now. And I'm giving you the information that we have. And I had a choice to sit back and not come out here and be available, or come out here like we talked about earlier, and every time we get even a shred of an update to give you what we have, because there's significant public interest in this, as there should be. So if we call you out here in 2 hours, I'm hoping there's more information to provide, because I want this solved as much as anybody out there does. We want to, this has been painful. Let me go over here. I don't have that information in front of me. Yeah, typically I don't put out the specific locations just out of respect for the business. I'm sure as the day goes on, we'll be putting down those specific names of the businesses, because as you can imagine, if you're the business owner there and you had this horrible incident, they're traumatized as well. So let me go over here. You know, it is normal that when we have victims of violent crime, we don't talk about specific hospitals. And I'm going to share just a quick story as to why we don't. Earlier, it may have been mentioned that they were at a specific hospital, and somebody called one of those hospitals to say something along the lines that they want to go and finish the job. That is absolutely horrible. So again, I don't believe that's the information. Please, these victims and survivors are dealing with so much. Let's not traumatize them more. So, yeah, and be patient with us. And our Sheriff's Information Bureau will put out another time where we're coming out. And I hope to have even better information. But as of right now, that's what we have. And again, thoughts and prayers to all the families involved in this. It's a horrible incident for our county. So thank you very much.
español a la persona.
¿Puede hablar en español para los medios?
deal with this recording. Okay, I'm a little bit frazzled. What is the number?
Okay, so 6 Poncho, it's 878.
Eight seven eight.
9904.
Okay.
Hey, Brandon, Jason,
Yeah, thanks. Whoa.
No, I understand. I just don't remember that. So, oh, that's you. Good. She has a blog in there too, so it's picking it. Oh, perfect. Okay. So, so that means you would be the main anchor and here, because if Don's there. Right? Yeah. Or, and then the attachment will be here. Okay, but, and then what we'll do is we'll have it two. I think so. Because we want them to look together. So yeah. Yeah, but just a little light for that one. Where we go, we have a little bit more together. She'll step in. I don't we'll remove the podium from her when she steps in.
Set up. We'll adjust right now. So we can set up the both sides.
Okay. Okay, good. So she doesn't need to walk. She can stand where she is. Okay, good.
4 minutes. Hey. Where things stand tonight. Got it. I think that is true. We have not been on that site. We've been in Monterey Park, so I would defer to the other teams on that, but I think that sounds right. Do you need me to go over that? Mm-hmm. The victims and the injured, because I can't name names, but I did just speak to a friend of somebody who was at the party in Chinese. He's still looking for her. So I think very generally speaking, I can say that that's happening clearly. Like, people are still trying to locate people, that their loved ones that they haven't seen since last night. Okay. Right. Yeah. Sure. Oh, Dawn's looking for us. That's when it's scheduled. They've been consistently late. Okay.
The track is over your left shoulder now, okay?
Well, Jim, we don't want to lose sight of the fact that there are people mourning the loss of loved ones right now, and that there are still people injured who are in local hospitals. In fact, I spoke with a friend of someone who was at this party last night. This person is still looking for that friend. And so this just goes to show that there are people, perhaps to their family and friends, still missing and unable to be located. So that's got to be just the most horrible feeling that these people went to a celebration to have a good time for, you know, the biggest holiday of the year for them, and that they did not come home. So a lot of people still searching for answers, the very basic answers for some people of where is my friend, where is my relative, where is my loved one? And then, of course, the bigger questions of why this happened. And so if we're just looking behind us here, that scene that you see behind us, the FBI mobile unit, that's near where the business was. This happened shortly after 10 p.m. local time. And the sheriff did mention there was a second incident where they believe the suspect is the same person, went to an Alhambra dance studio where people there tackled and wrestled with him and took over his weapon. The sheriff would only say that it was not an assault rifle. So a lot of questions that not only we, but also the victims' families and friends have, that hopefully the law enforcement can help answer at the coming press conference, Jim. I I think it's a sense of being completely stunned because there are people who describe to me having lived here for decades. They consider this to be a very safe community, extremely diverse. They have friends and neighbors from all over the world, and of course this predominantly Asian community ready to celebrate the Lunar New Year. And so obviously today's festivities were canceled, and they were very hesitant in telling me whether they would continue to go out and celebrate today, Jim. I've got to find a bathroom again.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, yeah, we got it.
So I think that you all of you have received this. I want to address also that there is a tactical incident that's occurring in the city of Torrance that is being covered. People have asked, is that your suspect? We don't know. As I said,
I think you should do it right here. Well, probably right where the rubber is. Right, right here. Right here. Whoops, sorry. Yeah.
It's in here. I think you can at least close it. Stop all the way.
Can you hear me? Can you hear the chopper? Into a dance studio near a Lunar New Year celebration and opened fire. When it was over, 10 people were dead. 5 men, still no presser? Is there any way I can listen to it? How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. While, my friend. I know, right? Oh, shit.
Yeah, I also have your. Let me send your trailer. Yes.
Can you hear me? Clean? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? It's clean. One, two, three. What was it? I know.
check. My check.
I grew up in Irish. I don't know now, but maybe that's good for you. He's getting really into football right now. He can't really. And tonight he's like tonight. Oh, I know. Let's see on Facebook, you guys.
Hey, Micah. Yep, I hear you. Hello, hello, you guys hear me? Check, 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 hello? Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me? Check, check. Hello, hello. Barry, can you give the thumbs up to the camera? They're trying to talk to me. Hey, can you guys hear my mic? Hello? Check, check. There's asking about it. I think they can hear me. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Yep, we're up. Yeah, I see the levels.
I am using.
I don't know. 1, 2,
sorry,
3.
guys.
Check,
I didn't
check.
even put it on.
Anna, Micah?
We do. How about?
You're on channel.
Yeah, I
How
don't know
about
why.
this? Does this work? Is it catching sound okay? I just did on the outside of the jacket. Okay.
Or do you want to try to do it this way?
Yeah, sure. Because that way it won't flap out.
Correct.
I can't. There's reporters sitting on the floor in front of us.
Can you zip it a little bit? All right.
Yeah, I wasn't.
They can still take me if they want.
That's okay. We'll just put. Yeah. Okay.
Jihi, can you hear me? Oh, okay.
I can.
Yeah, there's reporters sitting on the floor in front of our camera, so I can't step up there. But I can
I'm sorry,
talk
I've
off
been a
camera.
little. Yeah. Okay.
Yep, I hear you.
Okay, mic check. 1 2 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2
Okay.
3
Yep,
4. Mic
got
check.
it.
You good?
How come I don't hear IFB anymore?
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
This would be a great moment for someone to have a very large mirror for both of us, I think.
Yeah. That's fine, thank you.
And have you paid? What's the game plan for your thing? We're not going to have jumps, right? Okay, right? You should. Are you still getting feedback on my mic?
At some point, yeah.
Feedback on my mic? What is the game plan later?
Okay, then we're gonna have to just pull off the anchor camera and we'll just have to pull out from the
42.
if they're not syncing it. No, let's do show off that. John's tab will be the lead for that.
Yeah, because we do not have any feedback. Yes. I mean, the feedback we don't have. Can't see
When
here.
he breaks the paper, you are going to pull out. You're going to.
Okay, then you get a window shot.
They're too far apart.
We haven't heard anything.
Yeah, because he's near the show floor. So,
Natasha Chin.
Yes.
Just want to make sure I say your name properly. And then, how you've been here since this morning?
Since this morning.
yes.
Which camera's mine?
That one's you. This one's me.
Yes, that's perfect. So when obviously, yeah, that's great.
Is this a show of force? We're on the air.
Yes, I can hear you. Check, check, Anna, I hear you. Do you hear me? Yes, I hear you. Hello, hello. Hey, TOC, if you can hear me, I'm trying to... Apparently they can't, producers can't hear me. Okay, Anna was trying to talk to me, but she's not responding when I responded to her. Yeah, that's fine.
Good evening to you, Pamela, and it is a day of devastation here in Monterey Park, California.
Yeah, if you can let them know, I'm aware. We'll be good.
This time, leaving 10 people dead and 10 other wounded, with several incidents throughout this community of violence here. Our Natasha Chen has been following this story since the very beginning, and she joins me now from the scene. Natasha, we're awaiting this press conference to happen from the LA County Sheriff to try to figure out exactly what happened, to string all of these different incidents together, one happening in Torrance, one happening in Alhambra, one happening here in Monterey Park, California. You've been on the scene since the very beginning. What are you learning about this very close-knit community?
It's just absolute devastation. I mean, they were supposed to be having such a great time right on these streets right here. And the tents were all set up for a Lunar New Year festival. It's supposed to have more than 100,000 people out here today. And instead, they're in mourning. And I talked to a person who, could only speak Mandarin, and he was desperately trying to find his friend that he hasn't seen since last night, and he knew was at this party. So he didn't want to publicly talk about this, but just generally speaking, we know that people are still searching for their loved ones, searching for answers. Why in the world would they have gone to a celebratory party for Lunar New Year and ended up getting shot and while they were dancing? This is just unbelievable to them. The sheriff earlier had tried to say, please still go out to your celebrations today. And just a couple people who came up to us said that they felt very hesitant about that.
But we know communities around California
I can't get in front of the camera.
Their security for the Lunar New Year celebrations. But I think it's important for people to know that, as I said, this is a very close-knit community. But the people who were in this dance studio, the people who died, the people who were injured, were senior citizens who come here to dance, to celebrate, 60s, 70s, 80s, and some maybe even 90 years old, who have been coming to this Star Dance Center for decades and decades, just to dance and just to have a good time. We also are getting some new information, Natasha, about the gun that they found that may have been used in this scene, and then the one that they took from him at the Alhambra scene.
Hey, Pat. Yes, I'm standing off camera just so you're aware, because we are all gathered for this news conference. There are dozens of journalists out here, as well as community members who are just showing up to try to get the information from sheriff's investigators. We were supposed to hear from them at 4:30 today, but as we've seen throughout the day, it has been a slow process to get the information out to the public. The last briefing in the middle of the day came about an hour and a half after it was initially scheduled. But what we're expecting to hear is an update on what happened over at that scene in Torrance, where there was a white van, similar to what the sheriff had told us earlier in the day they were looking for as a van of interest, a van that was seen leaving the second location in Alhambra. What we know is at 10:22 yesterday evening, the initial 911 calls came in for shots fired at that dance studio in Monterey Park. Officers quickly showed up there from the Monterey Park Police Department. They found people running from the scene. They found 10 people inside who had been killed. There were 10 others rushed to the hospital with injuries. We're told their injuries range from stable to critical at this point, but we're hoping to get an update on that information when sheriff's investigators, the police department, and the FBI come out here for this news conference coming up shortly. But we have photos of the suspect they were looking for, and sheriff's investigators tell us those photos were from the second location. So 20 minutes after that initial shooting at the first dance studio in Monterey Park, there was another incident a couple of blocks away in Alhambra at another dance studio, and that's where the sheriff tells us somebody saw the gunman coming in. They wrestled the gun away from him, and that man left. The suspect left that location, and that's where we, as we understand it, the idea of this van and the suspect photos came from that second location. So we're hoping to get some new details released here shortly from the Monterey Park City Hall. They had cleared this area and said there were going to be no more briefings out here, but that has since changed, obviously, as this is developing. There are a lot of community members out here, and there were several pastors from the San Gabriel Valley who came to hold a prayer circle earlier as well. So people really want those answers. They're hoping for some sort of closure possibly, or new information to come out. But we are here waiting for this, and we will, of course, bring you that new information, that news briefing coming up here in just a few moments as soon as it happens. Right. Okay. All right, Barry. So, our signals kind of not so strong anymore. So, just hoping that you make sure you're rolling on it. If there's any way we can get tight on the unit, is that you? I see what you think. Okay, Barry's aware.
That was a long time.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorena Rodriguez. I'm captain at Sheriff's Information Bureau. Sheriff Luna and officials will provide an update on yesterday's incident. The order of speakers will be Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Sheriff Robert Luna, Congress member Judy Chu, Senator Susan Rubio, Assembly member Mike Fong, Monterey Park Mayor Henry Lowe, and in closing, Monterey Park Police Department Chief Scott Weiss. Thank you.
Well, good evening to everybody, and thank you all for being here and hanging in with us today. It's been a very challenging day. So let me give you what I believe will be the last update of the day, and then after the speakers, I'll come back up here to answer any questions that you may have. Earlier today, the Sheriff's Homicide investigators, working alongside all of our law enforcement partners, were able to confirm the identity of the male inside the white cargo van as the suspect in the mass shooting that we had in Monterey Park. Based on the previous information relayed by homicide investigators regarding the white van involved and seen leaving the scene of the incident in the city of Alhambra, the Torrance Police Department was notified, and at 10:20 a.m., the Torrance police officers located the white van matching the description near the area of Sepulveda Boulevard and Hawthorne Boulevard. As Torrance officers pulled behind the vehicle, the white van entered a shopping center parking lot. When officers exited their patrol vehicle to contact the occupant, they heard one gunshot coming from within the van. Officers retreated and requested several tactical teams to respond. 2 armored vehicles responded and were able to restrict the van's movement. At 12:52 p.m., our sheriff's SWAT team approached and cleared the van and determined the suspect sustained a self-inflicted gunshot wound and was pronounced dead at the scene. Investigators conducted a search of the vehicle and determined the male inside the van was the mass shooting suspect. During the search, several pieces of evidence were found inside the van linking the suspect to both locations in Monterey Park in Alhambra. In addition, a handgun was discovered inside the van. The suspect has been identified as Huu Can Tran, and the way that's spelled is H-U-U, middle name C-A-N, last name T-R-A-N. He is a 72-year-old male Asian. I can confirm that there are no outstanding suspects from the mass shooting incident that occurred in the city of Monterey Park. And although that closes a portion of a very long day for all of us, the investigation is still ongoing. Sheriff's homicide detectives are working around the clock, gathering additional information and working on determining the motive behind this extremely tragic event. I would like to thank Chief Weiss and the Monterey Park Police Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, the United States Department of Justice, the Torrance Police Department, the District Attorney's Office, Supervisor Hilda Solis, who has been here with us for the previous pressers, and the surrounding South Bay law enforcement agencies. Initially, we're giving thanks to the Monterey Park Fire Department for their life-saving measures. I was informed before coming out here, we still have 7 victims who are hospitalized. And I'm sure that the work of our firefighters and police officers contributed to saving at least those lives. As I stand up here, I'm very proud, really, of all of us, the community, all of you in the media. I could say we did this together. We really did. And when there's tragedy, we have to lean on each other, and that's what we did. But before I walk off and turn it over to the next speaker, when I got here and I saw, and I told you this morning, the look in the eyes of the homicide investigators and all of their staff, you could just tell they were going to get this guy. And although I couldn't talk in detail about that earlier today, I'm very proud of Captain Andy Meyer and the whole entire Homicide Bureau, who not only got us to this point, but there's a lot of work and investigation to be done. And just real quick before I turn it over to the next speaker, you've been asking me about motive. We still are not clear on the motive. The investigation continues, and that is something we are all extremely, we want to know. We want to know how something like this, something this awful can happen. Also, in regards to the weapons, there was a handgun, as I described, that was discovered in the van with the suspect. The weapon that was recovered from the Alhambra location, in which, remember, the suspect went to the Alhambra location after he conducted the shooting, and he was disarmed by two community members who I consider to be heroes because they saved lives. This could have been much worse. The weapon that we recovered at that second scene, I'm describing as a magazine-fed semi-automatic assault pistol. Not an assault rifle, but an assault pistol that had an extended large capacity magazine attached to it. That's the pistol that was recovered at the location in Alhambra. So with that, I'll come back up for questions after the rest of our partners behind me speak. So I'll turn that now over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Right. I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I represent Monterey Park. I want to give my enormous thanks and gratitude to law enforcement for finding this shooter. All this afternoon, the community was in fear, thinking that they should not go to any events because there was an active shooter. But law enforcement came out and they were able to find the shooter with not even 24 hours passing. So I really have to thank LA County Sheriffs, and thank you so much, Sheriff Luna. Sheriff Luna, please, a big round of applause. I want to thank our Monterey Park Police Department and Police Chief Scott Weiss for keeping us safe in this community. I want to thank the Torrance Police Department for identifying the suspect and ultimately making sure that he was caught. And I want to thank all who've come together today, from the national level to the local level. Our local city council, which has been amazing, but also I got calls today from the White House, from the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, and from our Mayor, Karen Bass. All expressed concerns and offered their resources to us to make sure that we could end this terrible situation. I still have questions in my mind, which is, what was the motive for this shooter? Did he have a mental illness? Was he a domestic violence abuser? How did he get these guns? And was it through legal means or not? Well, those questions will have to be answered in the future. But what I want to do here is to say to the community, feel safe. You are no longer in danger because this shooter is gone. And so, I told you this morning, I've lived in this city for 37 years, and I was mayor and city council member at one time. And I said that this community is resilient. And what I saw today and what I see at this moment is indeed we are resilient and we are stronger together.
Hello, I'm State Senator Susan Rubio. I represent the city of Monterey Park. And I want to start by offering condolences to all the families that are today destroyed and trying to find a way to keep moving forward with such a loss. I want to also commend those two individuals that tackled the gun away from the second incident, because we would be standing here with a lot more tragedy. So I want to thank those two individuals, and we hope to honor them at some point in the near future. But I also want to commend our public safety, from our local police to our sheriff, Luna, and everyone that did what needed to be done to ensure that we bring safety back into our community. So as you heard Congresswoman express, we want to make sure that our community knows it's still a safe community. So thank you to all those that were working really diligently to ensure that we capture the individual responsible for these senseless acts of violence. And we need to continue to condemn any type of violence. It has no place in our communities. I want to also praise first responders for their quick action and those at our local hospital taking care of the victims. So please, I ask all of you also to take a moment to think of the teachers. I was a teacher for 17 years, and I was in the classroom many times where I had to be the one offering condolences and comfort to those children that were coming into my classrooms. And it was my job to answer questions when they were confused and they needed answers. So to all those that have children in the schools, say thank you to your teachers, because they're going to have to deal with this tragedy. It's not over. Even though we know that it's a safe community, we cannot change the heart and mind of those kids that right now are feeling uneasy, scared, unsure. So please support our local teachers. They have a tough job ahead of them. And to our local city council, our mayor, Henry Lowe, and the rest of the council, they've been tremendously proactive in trying to ensure that our community feels safe, that this city has what it needs in terms of resources for the trauma of all the families that are now left behind dealing with such devastation. And so to all the community that was here earlier, praying for all the victims and for the leaders, thank you to the coalition of clergy who came earlier today. We want to say thank you for your comfort, for your prayers, and let's continue to pray. We're here to support. And one last thing I want to share, that early on, the Governor Newsom called. Every single member of the legislature called, and each one of them offered their support. And so I want to thank all my colleagues, the Governor, Lieutenant Governor Eleni Koulounakis, and everyone who called and offered prayers and support. And we will put all the resources necessary to make sure that our community knows that they're going to be taken care of. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Assemblymember Mike Fong, representing the 49th Assembly District. Thank you so much to Sheriff Luna, Chief Weiss, and all the local law enforcement and state and federal partners for their leadership and efforts in finding the shooter. During the time of celebration, during the annual Lunar New Year, when families gather together, we know that our community has faced a tragic incident. So shocking, sad, and horrible. For those seeking assistance and trauma relief, please visit the Langley Center here in the city of Monterey Park. Thank you to Mayor Lowe and the Monterey Park City Council for their leadership and efforts. And thank you to the Governor and the Office of Emergency Services for their leadership and efforts in coordinating emergency response and for enhancing security here in Monterey Park and the San Gabriel Valley communities. This has been a very challenging time. As you heard from our Congresswoman, our Senator, Monterey Park is strong. Monterey Park is resilient. And together, we will get through these challenging times together. At this time, I'd like to introduce Monterey Park Mayor Henry Lowe.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member. I want to thank Sheriff Luna and your department for helping us seek justice today in this tragedy that has occurred. I want to thank our own Monterey Park Police Department, many of whom their officers have been on duty for over 24 hours. Thank you, Chief Spieth, for all the personnel at your police department for your dedication in making sure that justice was brought forward. I want to thank our Fire Chief Matt Halleck and the personnel of the fire department who rushed to provide aid to those who had fallen. Working alongside our local, state, and federal partners to investigate this horrific event, we are able to say that justice has been done thanks to everyone working together. But we also know that this is just the beginning, and an unimaginable tragedy has occurred here in Monterey Park during a weekend in which we're celebrating the Lunar New Year, and a time when people come together to spend time with families, with friends, and that was the purpose of those who gathered at the dance hall last night. But tragically, someone decided to express violence, and violence has no place in our society. And so at this moment, the community, moving forward, our priority is to make sure that those victims, their family members, are given the assistance they need to heal and to get over this trauma. And as a community, is also the moment in which we will need to move forward in the long process of healing as a community, so that we can together overcome this tragedy. But I have faith that we will be able to, because as you've heard from the comments, and again I thank everyone from Chief Luna to our Congresswoman Judy Chu, our State Senator Susan Rubio, our Assembly Member Mike Fong, Supervisor Jesus Solis, everyone from the federal government, the state government, the county, our friends in neighboring cities, the region, for coming together to offer condolences, to offer their support. And we will get over this. To my friends, to our residents of Monterey Park, ours is a community that has looked in the face of the COVID pandemic. During the last years of the pandemic, we had some of the highest rates of vaccination and some of the lowest rates of infection. And it's because we came together to help each other to overcome this crisis. We had our Veterans Post create a food bank. We had people who offered assistance to those who are in need. And that really is the Monterey Park spirit, the people who make up this great city, a city that is diverse, that has welcomed waves of people, families from around the world, around this country, to call this place home, and is why many people love to live here in Monterey Park. And I have confidence that we will get over this crisis, because we must. And we will only do so if we do it together as a community, because remember, we are all in this together. And again, I just have to reiterate just the admiration we have for our own police department and fire department, who reacted quickly to this crisis and immediately activated its procedures to also tap into the resources, the partnerships that were needed to essentially be able to bring us to this moment. And my friends, we do have a long road ahead of us, but I hope that all of you who are here gathered today, those in the press, those in the community, those who have been offering their support as individuals, as organizations, about how we can help Monterey Park. The journey is just beginning, and we hope that we will continue to be on this road together to heal and to ultimately triumph over evil and adversity. Thank you very much. And now, Scott Weiss, our
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Tonight's the Lunar New Year, and we would be celebrating that tonight, but obviously we can't. The officers that were here last night are just coming back on duty right now. They're upstairs and briefing. When I get done talking to you here, I'll go back upstairs and make sure that my officers are mindful of what took place and that they're in a good place tonight, because their wellness means a lot to me, and the only way that they're going to protect this community is if they're mentally prepared to do so. So that's where I'll be going after this. I want to thank Sheriff Luna and the partnerships with the Sheriff's Department and all of our federal, state, and local partners. We couldn't have done this without their help. I want to thank the Torrance Police Department for being so vigilant to spot this vehicle. Thank you very much. We have a long way to go to heal this community. The police department here in Monterey Park will be present every moment of the day from this point on to make sure this community remains safe. That's our commitment to everybody here, and we will continue to do that into the future. I'd like to open it up for any questions.
Sheriff, did the white vehicle, white van, did it have stolen plates on it?
When we got to the van, it did have different plates. So I'm assuming they were stolen. They weren't the plates that belong on the van.
And did Torrance, did they get a hit off of it? Was it a camera hit that hit on that stolen plate?
It was something similar to that. And that's, again, part of our partnerships with all of our agencies and some of the process we use to catch a very dangerous person and get them off the streets.
Sheriff, you talked earlier about that you don't have a motive right now. I wanted to ask you something that could play a role in that. Is there any indication that the suspect, who's now dead, knew any of the victims or knew people at either of these two locations?
We're still looking into that. That's part of what the homicide detectives are investigating. Please keep in mind that, especially with the deceased victims, the coroner's office retrieved the remains not that long ago. So they're still in the process of identifying. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done to answer a lot of questions that all of us have.
Is there any indication of police work today? Sheriff, we've heard a lot about the police work today. What can you tell us about the 10 victims? 20 people have been shot, 10 people are now dead. Congressman Chu stood there and asked people to applaud your effort earlier. Today we've had the Vice President say that this type of violence needs to stop. As a community leader, what do you say about that and how, in this country, can gun violence stop?
Gun violence needs to stop. There's too much of it. We're all standing here tonight because an individual took a weapon and did the damage that we've talked about without repeating it. I think all of us need to take some ownership there. I think we really need to go back and look at what we do. California has some of the strictest gun laws in the country, but yet look what we just had today. So let's look at across our nation, see what works and what doesn't. But I could tell you this, the status quo is not working. So we need to re-examine what we're doing and what may work better. And I hope that this tragedy doesn't just go on a long list of many others that we don't even talk about until the next one comes up.
And what can you tell us about the victims? Ages, relationships, were they parents, were they mothers, fathers? Who were these people?
We're still in the process of identifying all the victims. We will have that information as the days go on.
Have you contacted next of kin yet, sir?
Okay. I heard something on my right ear that sounded like the ages of the victims. The ages of the victims that we dealt with here in Monterey Park, I don't have the specific ages because they have not been identified, but they're not in their 20s or 30s. They seem to be probably, I would say, in their 50s, 60s, and maybe some even beyond there. So, and again, give me a second. Anyways, yes, ma'am?
Have the next of kin for the victims been contacted yet, sir?
We're still in the process of doing that.
And Sheriff,
criminal history of the suspect? Did he have any restraining orders? Was there a history of any sort of criminal activity with Mr. Tran prior to this?
That's something we're still looking at. We're looking at all criminal history, mental health history, and those are all things the detectives will take a very hard, long look at and see if it impacted what occurred here, the motive, and that's part of the learning lessons and sharing them with our partners and seeing if there's any gaps that were there that we may have missed.
You said that one shot heard, but there were 2 bullet holes pictured in the window. Did officers return fire?
To my knowledge, there was no officer or deputy involved shooting at the scene.
Sheriff, was there anything else in the van itself that you found beyond the handgun, like any ammunition, anything like that? And do you know what the city of residence is? This suspect?
Yes to all the above, but it's none of those I can get into at this point. We have detectives all over the region continuously working very hard to answer a lot of the very good questions you're asking regarding motive and all these other things. And the timing isn't right for me to put that out. We will, but give us several more hours. We're taking this one step at a time. I didn't hear the first part of that, but the suspect responsible for this tragedy is no longer with us. That was the person that is deceased now, and you're asking me if we feel we're safe. He's the one responsible for this. He is no longer a threat. Give me a second. I'm getting multiple questions at the same time. I hear something about guns.
One gun was seized and one found in the van. Was there a multiple gun was suspect was carrying?
We don't know yet.
Sheriff, what the second location tipped off by the first location
that led you to contact Torrance Police specifically that he would be in their area? Was there a nexus between what happened here, what you knew about, you thought your suspect, and Torrance?
Does he have a connection to Torrance, sir?
This morning, when I talked about the information we had, we put out as much information as we possibly can while there was a lot of very good investigative and detective work going on. Something we don't talk about much in Southern California is our extraordinary ability to communicate and coordinate with each other. Not only the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, you see the partnership here between ourselves, the Monterey Park Police Department, my partner at the Torrance Police Department. We put this information out. We're very good with our networks, and it showed how it worked. You communicate this, officers are out on the lookout. They want to, I don't care if you work in Torrance, Long Beach, Monterey Park, you name the city, something like this happens, there's everybody who wears a badge wants that person in custody. And I think that's what you see happening today. It's teamwork that's going on out there.
Was there anything specific about this individual in Torrance? They just followed up on the bulletin that went out.
There's going to be more information that we'll be putting out about the specifics, but right now I'm here to report that the suspect responsible for this tragedy is no longer a threat.
The second location, were they tipped off at all by the people at the first location?
Some sort of planning involved in terms of the stolen van? From what witnesses said, did he say anything when he went into the first club and he just opened fire? How did it go down?
We're still interviewing witnesses. We're interviewing witnesses at the Monterey Park location. We're interviewing witnesses at the Alhambra location, and all of it will come together when I'm going to use, it sounds weird for me to say some of this makes sense, putting it all together and trying to figure it all out. We're still in the process of doing all that. It's going to take some days.
Sheriff, were people at the second location tipped off by the first location?
Give me a second. Let me give somebody else a chance over here.
You said he used an extended magazine in a magazine-fed semi-automatic pistol. Can you clarify what type of pistol that is, generally speaking? And are the weapons you found legally obtainable in California under current law?
I believe the weapon that was recovered at the Alhambra location is not legal to have here in the state of California. We'll do more research on it. Our partners at the ATF, and by the way, I was mentioning different police departments. We can't be as successful as we are without the FBI's been with us all day. The ATF joined in. The U.S. Marshals has been helping us. I get a personal call from the Attorney General earlier saying, what can we do to help you? I've been in communication with the governor, who you may see out here in the very near future. Everybody just, what can we do to help? So everybody was pitching in.
Sheriff, that second location where the gun was wrestled away from the suspect that you described, and all that happened, you said there were 2 people that did that.
I can tell you that the suspect walked in there probably with the intent to kill more people, and 2 brave community members decided they were going to jump into action and disarm him. They did so, took possession of the weapon, and the suspect ran away.
Were they tipped off? That's an important follow-up, Sheriff. Were they tipped off about
Okay.
the incident at the first location?
You're asking that second part of the question over here.
We heard that they might have been tipped off that the shooting happened, that somebody might be coming to their dance studio. Have you heard anything, or can you say?
I have not heard that, but that's possible.
Can you relay for us what your deputies said it looked like when they went into the first venue in Monterey Park? Did they tell you what they encountered?
Our deputies, actually the brave police officers from the Monterey Park Police Department are the first responders to the initial scene. I don't know if the chief has more information on that that he can ask about or answer, I should say.
Yes.
What did the officers relate to you? What the scene was like when they first made it?
The first officers on scene were some of my youngest officers. They'd only been on the street for a very short period of time. When they came into the parking lot, it was chaos. There were wounded people. There were people trying to flee out all the doors. They immediately went into action, and within just a couple minutes, those officers had entered the location looking for the suspect. That's our protocols here. We don't wait. Inside, they came across a scene that none of them had been prepared for. So there were injured people inside, there were dead people inside, and my young officers did their job, searched for a suspect, and then came back and had to deal with the carnage that was inside. And it was extensive. That's one of the reasons I need to make sure that they're okay.
How long did it take them to arrive on the scene?
Between the time of call and the first officer on scene was less than 3 minutes.
How long have they been on?
The youngest ones have only been out on their own in training for the last several months.
Okay, hold on. I got a gentleman up here asking questions. Someone's talking over him. Can you repeat that, please? We will, but not tonight. We'll get there. We'll get there. All excellent questions, and we will get there. So, not tonight, because we're still in the process of following up, serving search warrants. We want to get to the motive. We want to know what the heck happened here. The only way we're going to get there is through a lot of very hard detective work, and we plan on doing just that. So thank you very much. Thank you for all of your support today. Couldn't have done this without you. Thank you very much.
ahead of her.
Yeah. Do you guys need us to do a live shot here? Let me see if they need us first.
Japanese market.
Do you guys want us ready to do something out here?